Yeah, I
I mean,
mean,
that was just
Is it, you hearing me now? Let me know if you're getting audio now. Yeah, my cable and my headset is a short, relatively short cable with the mic with the volume adjuster in it. But there's a mini jack that goes to an extension cable that comes with it that goes into the back of the PC, and that had just come out. Right, apologies for that. Welcome to Chimpy. Welcome to anybody else I might have missed. So we're going into this Sergresh semi-pro room. The cloth's at the right colour. Sergresh is getting the 6-ball, and semi-pro has won the lag, has broke off, and a couple of balls in the break as well, no doubt. The 1 ball in the 5's gone, and not well set on the 2. This is one of these easy cuts that Steve talks about. Semi-pro didn't have a problem. Well, he's got a problem now because obviously the pocket's blocked and he's not falling in line for the combo. So he may well be ducking here. Oh, let me see. Did you guys see this? Let's see if this works. Yes, it does work. Good evening to Cobra. That's me already got my my VP4 9-ball or 2023 9-ball World Championship pick. I've got it set already. And if that's not dropping a hint to Steve, I don't know what is. So the other news is that we already knew, well, some of you may well have known, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people don't pay attention to what's happening in the Cowboy World Championship, especially those that are now out of it. But we already had the match set on the one-loss side for Monday at 5 PM, and that's a match between One Pocket Slim and Crazy Cow, aka VP Monster, and that has been set for a few days now. But there's also now the hot seat match has been set. Albinario and Cobra go at it on the same day, on Monday, 2 hours later. So it'd be quite clear that well, we have seen a fairly quick 3-rack win in Cowboy in about an hour and a half or so, or maybe slightly over that, but it's probably unlikely that's going to happen on Monday between VP Monster and Slim, although having said that, I don't know whether Slim's going to put in any time between now and Monday. I think he'll just wing it. So it could be all over quick on Monday. Problem being that if the match goes over 2 hours, it then overlaps into the hot seat match with Albinario and Cobra. So we'll need to play it by ear, as they say. Anyway, Semi-Pro's raced to a 2-0 lead and is about to go 3-0 up. So Sergresh having to get to that 6-ball. I don't know, in all the time I've been talking, I don't know whether he's actually had a shot yet, Sergresh. Semi-Pro breaks off again, and the 1 ball is gone this time. No shot in the 2, so once again there's a good cover behind those 3 balls, the 8-ball, the 4 and the 5. That looks reasonable enough, although I think the two is exposed slightly. In fact, most of it is, but Sergeresh is looking to catch it really, really thin. Thinner than that, I would have said. Has he got the roll? Yes, he has. That will do nicely. Right, while we're at it, let's talk about astronomy. Who's interested in astronomy? Because I watched a video on YouTube yesterday and it was fascinating what I learned yesterday. I don't want to bore you if you're not really interested. But even if you aren't interested, I'm still going to bore you. I watched a video yesterday, right, and it was actually a video of an astrophysicist doing one of these review videos, right? So he was watching a YouTube video, so the camera was on him, and he was watching a YouTube video of how big is the universe, and obviously in the video the commentator in the video was rabbiting on about the distance between us and the moon and us and the sun and us and the nearest star and all of that stuff. He was going through all of that stuff, and while he was doing it, the astrophysicist guy was sort of explaining certain things and how the video is slightly out of date and other ideas have come to light. Well, anyway, to get to the bit that fascinated me, and I'll tell you why it fascinated me. You know how they talk about, the people talk about they've seen aliens, they've seen UFOs and all of this sort of stuff. Well, they showed an image of the Milky Way galaxy, and the first thing the astrophysicist says, well, we don't really know what the Milky Way galaxy looks like. We just know that we are part of it. But you can't fly out far enough to have a look at it and take a picture of it. It's all just sort of guesswork, because you've got to remember that most of the stars in our galaxy they haven't mapped yet. But anyway, that's not the point. This image was a sort of mocked up image of our galaxy, and they placed a dot. What we sort of do know is that we're on one of the spiral arms of the galaxy, not quite out on the outer edge of it, but we're certainly nowhere near the centre of our galaxy. And they placed a dot where our solar system is. So when you looked at the galaxy, you could see this dot, and that's given us an idea of where we are, for our information. But what also they did was they put a circle around the dot to cover a certain area. Now, it's just a small circle in comparison to the whole size of the galaxy, and the fascinating information that they told you was that in all our human time, right, since we discovered radio waves and they started broadcasting, like when would that be, back in the 20s or the 30s, if anything, that's when radio really started. There might have been tests before that, but that's really when radio waves started emitting through the atmosphere. Well, this circle that covered our dot where we were in the galaxy is how far that those radio waves have emitted from our solar system, from Earth. And it's tiny, right? It's absolutely tiny. And so our galaxy is like 100,000 light years across. So to cut a long story short on that one, if there's anybody out there, nobody knows we're here, because they don't. If they were clever enough to be scanning for any sort of signal or anything unusual, they still don't know we're here, because our radio waves have been travelling at lightning speed through outer space, and they've got nowhere in that time. That's like, let's say, 80 or 90 years they've been travelling. They've got nowhere, so the chances are nobody still knows that we're here anyway. And it would need to be some really clever well advanced civilization somewhere that would have super technology that would be able to have spaceships, as you know, or UFOs to actually even get here. That's the fascinating thing, and that brings it all to light in the fact that we think we're unique, but we're actually, as the physicist says, we're just got an insignificant star. We're in a solar system. There are millions of stars and solar systems out there, and even in our own galaxy. And he says the chances of anything out there actually realising that we're here is probably slim to zero. So we're all alone, folks. I just thought it was really fascinating. Anyway, that's me put half the three audience asleep. Meanwhile, Semi-Pro's 4-1 up. And as long as he can sneak past the 9 ball, let's have a look. Well, he's going to go up close to this corner pocket, the angle he's got. He's got to watch the pace. Yeah, and even then, they don't know we're here. I mean, the Andromeda galaxy's 2.5 million light years away. That's the nearest galaxy to our own. 2.5 million light years. It's just incredible. But as I've always said, I'm quite glad that we don't have any sort of technology that would allow us to go anywhere, because excuse my French, we've fucked up this planet. We're only going to go and annoy other people elsewhere. We can't look after ourselves, we just go and mess somewhere else up. So I'm quite happy the way it is. Well, I mean, and you think about it, the other thing to be thinking about is they talk about, there's videos on there about all these experiments are doing, and various different scientists have been doing about faster than light speed, about being able to find a propulsion method. And there's various theories out there. If you go and watch YouTube, there's various different theories about propelling a vessel through space up to and as close to light speed, etc., etc. Nobody's ever came about and asked the question. I mean, I'm asking the question. I mean, even if we had the technology right now, if we had a spaceship like Star Trek, if we had our own Starship Enterprise, you think about it, even if we had light speed and faster than light speed, that's another theory. But they talk about, travelling to various different places in space. You'd need to spend your life on a starship and you'd still get nowhere, even going at light speed. The nearest star to us is 4.5 light years away, and then beyond that, forget it. That's the fascinating thing about space. We think the world is big, and we think we're great because the sense, and they're talking about going to Mars. Well, I'll be dead and long gone before we'll ever get anywhere near Mars. It takes you 3 days to get to the moon. How long does it take you to get to Mars? What, 3 months or longer? So you've got the time it takes you to get there and the time it takes you to get back, and also the time it takes for any signals to come here from Mars. Aye, but the distance that we are from Mars, any emergency that happens, we're not going to know about it, even if they got there until 93 million miles it is to the sun. So it's 8.5 minutes for anything to get to us from the sun. So you think about the distance between us and Mars, it would take about 40, 50 minutes or something for any signals to get from there back to here. So I think their chances of getting to Mars are slim and cost an absolute arm and a leg. Anyway, that's the astronomy talk over, because I could rant on all night about it, so I could. I love watching that stuff. Well, Sergaresh, it's all going to be over fairly soon here, unless he can get a roll of the ball. But of course, he's now given ball in hand to Semi-Pro, who has to negotiate this 2-ball. And probably the simplest way is just to drop back behind this 3 and take it up table, and then just roll through into the gap for the 4. That would be keeping it simple. Now he's decided to go up top, but I don't think he really needed to. I think he just needed to stop it and roll through. Now he's going to bump the 8, but he should be bumping the 8 and be fine. Well, this is a quick match, barely, 18 minutes old, probably a bit less than that. And that'll do nicely. Bit straight, but just kill it. Well, at this pace, Semi-Pro is going to have a little wait before his next match. In fact, there's a result come through as well, just in the blink of an eye there. Spectre Dawn has raced through. He actually beat Semi-Pro to it. He's beaten Brainful out 7-0. Now, what was Brainful out getting in that match? Well, Brainful out was getting a 6-ball as well, but of course, Brainful out and Sergaresh couldn't get to the 6-ball. And so, 2 very quick wins here, Semi-Pro and Spectre Dawn. And of course, Semi-Pro's now got his opponent for the round 2 match. Chimpy's got the bye from the first round. Meanwhile, Hellcat's 3-1 up against Bankster. Larry is 5-3 down against Christian. Let's have a quick jump in there. That's what happens when you start giving away big handicaps. Larry's got work to do. So of course Larry cannot make any mistakes late in the rack. 6 and out is heavy punishment for him if he makes any mistake or misses a ball when there's only those 3 or 4 balls left in the table. And he's potted the 3 and 4. He can certainly pot the 1, but he's probably going to try and punch this 2-ball around the table unless he can leave himself the cut. He's got a bit more angle in this 1-ball. He's trying to hold it. But it's a tall order here for Christian to have any success. Larry may well go for the combo here. Well, Christian can't see enough of the 1-ball. So that 2 ball's now completely out the game where it's sitting now. It's going nowhere. Well, is everybody all set for the new year? 2023, my 59th year on this planet. It's just around the corner. Well, the crossbank by Christian, and that's what can happen. But again, players like Christian need to just set themselves up, take their time, and make sure they're lined up in the ball. That was a poor shot by Christian. There's absolutely no excuse not to be cutting that 5 ball into the pocket. And that's let Larry off the hook. Welcome to repetition. And there we go. 8 ball goes in. But under pressure here, Larry, this is a type of mistake that he doesn't want to make at this point. Got to put this away. And he's home and dry now. I wouldn't say like a fine wine. I think I don't drink wine, but I know when it's a bad wine. I think they use the terminology corked. I think you would describe me as corked. So, Larry's got it back all square. 7 ball in the side. 2 ball in the opposite side. And no shot in the 1. 7 ball comes back up because that's one of Christian's money balls. So it's going to be a long day for me on Monday. I'm pretty certain. I'll double check. I think I'm back at work on Monday because it's a bank holiday in Scotland. I'm contracted to work on a Monday anyway, so I'm always in on bank holidays. Let me just double check and check my shifts on my app on my phone. I think it's well. But maybe not. Hold on, I can't remember. I'm so confused. I always get confused at Christmas and New Year. I forget what days of the week are. Well, the scratch has given Larry a simple ball in hand 3-9 combo. This is painful. Yeah, let's have a wee look at my calendar. This is the 30th. No, Monday I'm off. Yeah, I'm off on Monday. But I'm back on Tuesday, so I've got all day off on Monday. And then I've got those 2 matches, the hot seat match and the 1 loss match, or the 1 loss side match. So I hope you can join us for that. It should be interesting. Down to the nitty gritty in the Cowboy World Championships now. I'm still sticking by what I said. It's still going to be Albinario and Cobra in the final no matter what happens on Monday. Unless one of those guys that is left in the 1 loss side really steps up their game and starts scoring on a regular basis, because if they're not going to be doing that, they're not going to get through. And the other thing that I noticed the other day as well, I was quite surprised, was that I was all set to stream the Tommy Interchange X match, and then when I got home and I looked in the bracket, I see that Interchange X has forfeited, and I can't remember who told us because I was trying to find out all day why it happened, but I think VP Monster said something along the lines of he had plumbing problems because of the cold weather they've had in the States, and he might have had a burst pipe or something he had to deal with. And, depending how bad that is, depends how much he has to tidy up the bloody place, which is a bad thing to happen. But disappointing that that match didn't go ahead. I was looking forward to it. Well, VP Monster's problem's been the same problem prior to the tournament and all the way through the tournament. His consistency's let down by that unreliability on the pots, and I think that's got inside his head. But if he can somehow fix that, and he's got a short time to do it, there'd be no better time to do it than in preparation for his match with Albie, because I think it can be safely assured that Albie's going to be scoring. Well, Larry was 5-3 down when we joined. He's battled back, found his way out, a 7-5 win against Christian. So I think we'll head back in now and see this round 2 match between Semi-Pro and Chimpy. Who's playing Tommy? No, VP Monster. Wait a minute, have I got my... What have I got mixed up here? What was I talking about? I was talking about One Pocket Slim. One Pocket Slim and... One Pocket Slim, and you've got me confused. What? Go back to sleep, Cobra. I was going along fine there until you chipped in. Did I say Albie? No. Well, if I did, I apologise. It's Albie. We know it's Albie and Cobra in the hot seat match. But anyway, they're going to overlap one way or another. So we'll just have to see how things go as to whether we stick with one or jump to the other. So Chimpy is getting the last 2, which is exactly what it means. And he's 2-1 up. And trying to get out for that 4 ball. He's rattled a 3 now. Is there enough room? Yes, there is, just to skim into that rail and catch the 3. But Semi-Pro's looking it up and down, but I think he can just squeeze round past the 4 and touch that 3. Oh, no, he didn't. He's caught the 4. So, ball in hand for Chimpy. Well, what he should be doing, obviously, is just getting onto that 4 ball. Well, he's the wrong side of the 4, but it's not going to cause him any problem as long as he gets the cue ball back out to here, because the angles, there's not much there at all. He's going to have to probably just draw back to where he is roughly, and he's not getting to it enough. He stunned it rather than actually drawing it, and it's a long jump from there. Too long, I think, and that's not a good shot by Chimpy to leave himself there. Well, he's well played with that one, but no control over the cue ball. quick drink. No, I don't think there's enough of that 6-ball showing. I don't know whether he's going to try and really blast this and thin it into the side. He might be able to. You don't know. He might be having a good go at this. Yeah, that's excellent. Oh, Andy's had a nice bump in the 7. That was worth a replay, but I don't have replay in Gamecaster. You don't have anything like that in Gamecaster. It's just simple, straightforward streaming software. So this to square the match. I haven't checked my little doodles working. So 2 racks all. Semi-pro breaking off. 5-ball goes in top right. And that 6-ball has just come to block the 1. So just to push out. Got to be careful with the push out again because he's potted the 8-ball and Chimpy has to get a ball to a rail, but he could use the 2-ball to hold the cue ball behind the 6, unless he's trying to skim the other side and come behind it. That'll work maybe. You know something, I don't know whether he can get, I don't think he can get enough of that 1-ball soon enough to try and thin cut that into the side. I don't think that's ever on. So again, ball in hand this time. Well, it looks reasonably straightforward, the fact that the initial problem is this 2-ball, so you shouldn't have any problem getting on it. He's slightly the wrong side of the 2, running over towards that 4-ball. So he's digging down just to try and kill it, controlled it well. Now what does he do? Because I think he's pretty straight. Well, he can just stun across and take this 4-ball long down into this corner pocket. No, he's checking it up the table. Needs to go far enough though. It could have done with opening up that angle a bit more. This is a testy one again. I don't know whether you guys saw any of my chat with Larry in the lobby earlier on. And there you go. Larry had posted on Friday Night 9-ball about custom table settings, but Larry had actually made a mistake. He meant to post on the Friday Night 9-ball warm-up tournament. And Larry's noticed that the settings for 9-ball in offline are different from the settings for 9-ball online. And Larry said, no wonder he can't back balls online. I think the actual, I'm not sure whether it's the table speed or the rail speed, is actually different. Larry went and looked at the offline version and it doesn't marry up with the online version. And I'm not even sure that Steve's aware of that, if that's the case. So if you want to test it for yourself and you've got the offline version, then go and make, take a screenshot with your mobile phone or something of your table settings and tournament settings, and then go and look at them in the offline settings, and you should see a difference in the numbers. But if you're like most folk, you don't play offline, even though you've got it, then you probably wouldn't be aware of it. But no doubt it will be brought to Steve's attention. So, semi-pro with a slender lead, 3 racks to 2. Chimpy going for the long 2-9 combo, and that was well played. And a quick rack to square the match. Oh dear, the yawning started really early tonight. Oh. Well, dry break, but no shot in the one. The semi-pro playing the push out to stay below the one. Well, there's not enough room, I don't think, to skim that one and duck in behind the 2. I think it's too dicey. So he'll just cut it onto the rail and try and use the 2 from the other side. He hasn't got there though. Right, we'll have a quick look and an update. We've got Hellcat 6-4 up against Bankster. Larry's, of course, through, waiting in the winner of that match. John Boo has gone through against Stefan, 7 racks to 3. DJ Simon and Wanwa are tied at 6-all. Final rack decider. DJ Simon getting the 6 ball. Chimpy, of course, playing semi-pro. Spectre Don has gone through, of course, and he's waiting to play the winner of Jez Devon Power Slam. Power Slam 5-3 up in that match. Meanwhile, well, semi-pro's biggest problem is fairly clear. Hellcat has gone through, so she'll now play Larry. And semi-pro trying the combo. The problem still lies there with that 5 ball, but the 5 ball's going to get a bump here, and the question is whether Chimpy can get the cue ball out far enough to see this 4 ball. He's going to have to hit this. Well, he's glanced off the 5. That'll do, and it's brought it into play. Oops, wrong button. Well, there's a slight angle there, but this needs to be stunned quite firm just to come over to the left, but it looks as if he's putting a lot more draw on it. Well, he's actually not put enough on it to get out. I think he was just a bit too straight. Well, that needs to come off the rail. Well, he's going to have to jack up. Oh, he only needs the 8 ball, doesn't he? Oh no, he's got last 2. I forgot the handicap again. Never fails. I do it at least 2 or 3 times during the night. Again, it's a dry break. Chimpy with a 4-3 lead. Semi-pro. Delicate little cut in the 1. Just making sure he doesn't let this cue ball leak away. Get anywhere behind that 8 ball. Now, I don't think he'll risk doing an awful lot with the cue ball here either. He just needs to make sure he can see the 4. Everything's going to be at distance here with these 2 or 3 balls, because again with the 4 ball, he either needs to stay short of the 8 ball and leave a cut in the 5, or run across the right side. And that's perfect. And DJ Simon has won that final rack decider against Wanwa. And semi-pros all but squared this match up. So 4 apiece. Chimpy getting last 2. Semi-pro breaking open rack number 9. Looks like another dry one. 4 balls thinking about it, and it's gone in. I'm not so sure that the thin cut's on this time. He's really got to blast this. But he can bank it. There's room past the 6 for the bank. Well, if you're going to miss the bank, that's probably the best way to do it. Now the 8 ball can be used as a stopper, but I think he needs to check this cue ball with a bit of right English so that it doesn't run into any of those balls on the right hand side. He doesn't want to go right. He wants to straighten this cue ball up a bit. See, that's the problem, is trying to get as much length on that cue ball as possible there. Still ran into the 7, and semi-pro will be having a go at the thin cut here because it's off the rail. Oh, now is he going to open this up? Well, he's not, I don't think he's going to scratch, but he's going to have to jump. The good thing about this jump is that the cue ball's more than likely going to have a shot in the 3 here, unless it found its way behind the 9. And that's it, landed again. Perfect, nice angle in the 3, anywhere in the middle of the table, down below the 8 ball where we are, and he's got a cut in the 5. Needs to keep going. He needs to keep going. He's left that way, way short. That's 3 foot short from where it should have been. And another crazy cut. And again, he's going to have to dig himself out a hole where the cue ball's finished. I think the 8 ball went in there as well. Now, as semi-pro's luck ran out, I think it has this time. So, Chimpy now only needs to pot the 6, just roll it in dead weight, roll the 7 in up top to go back into the lead. Six ball gets kicked in, 2 ball drops in the bottom left. No shot in the 1. Well, playing that shot, the first fail is not getting to a rail, but where the cue ball finished, semi-pro was always going to have a cut in that 1 ball down the rail. So Chimpy's advantage here might not last too long. This is a wee bit tricky because he's going to have to go 2 rails to make sure he can open up the 5 ball into the top left, and that's as good as he can expect. Five ball obviously blocked by the 7, but Semi-Pro's taking his eye off the 5, just trying to hold the cue ball for the 7. Well, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be cutting that 5 ball along the rail to the right, thin edge, and spinning down to this bottom right hand corner, or going inside right English to cut it along the rail and still bringing the cue ball down. The only thing I'd be worried about is running into the 9 ball, but that's the shot. And the other thing I'd worry about would be the scratch, depending on the pace. But you play it with right English, thin cut the 5 along the rail and send the cue ball down this direction. Well, he's gone all out for the reverse bank, and that's unlucky. And it's unlucky because that 7 ball is pretty much nailed to the rail. It's not quite, but it is not an easy bank in that position. But the bank is on now because he's brought the 7 off the rail. And I think Semi-Pro won't be turning this down. But you see how that has reversed again. Now I think he might have had a lucky roll there with the cue ball. He has. Well, Semi-Pro's been getting most of these cuts in. Same again, 2 rails. And we should be all square. Well, commentator's curse has done him again. And Chimpy, well, that's pretty much a sitter to get to the hill. Couple of balls have gone in, and I think he's been unlucky again. He's been really unlucky. Blindsided by the 2 ball, by the 5 ball I should say. I was thinking that was the 1 ball, it's a bloody 9 ball, but he's still hooked whatever way you look at it. Well, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be playing the reverse bank, the 1 ball. The cue ball, provided it misses the 3 ball, will get up the table and I possibly have a shot in the actual 2 there. And so it was. The one thing is, Semi-Pro took the bait. The question is whether Chimpy can take advantage of that and pot this 1 and get back for the 2. It's not easy. And I think Chimpy's turn to get a good roll. Let's have a look and see if we can skim. If we can, I don't think he can get enough of the 1 to skim the 1 and billiard the 9 in. He would need to just jack up a bit. That's what he's trying. He's trying to billiard the 9 in. But I don't think it was really on. But this time, he's got to watch the 5 ball here. He could run into the 5 and not get out for the 2 when he cuts this 1. I don't think he risks doing an awful lot with the cue ball, though, that's the thing. And he's come down below the 5. Well, we can see the 3 goes past the 4, no problem. So he just needs to come down this left side as we look. He's I don't know whether he looks as if he's trying to come down the left side. Just use the angle that's there. No, he's checked it inside. Five ball is still okay. Well, he's got to go up top here, I think. Up past the right side pocket, the angle that he's got in the 4, he's got to let the cue ball run. And Chimpy's going to be home and dry here. He just needs to... Well, does he risk bumping this in or leaving it really long in the 7? Well, he's bumped it in. Got a little bit of spin. And he should never be missing this. So this for a 7-4 win. And another result there. Power Slam has beaten Jesdev by 7 racks to 5. And of course Chimpy having just gone through. Quick update now. We've got Hellcat 4 racks to 3 up against Larry. We've got John Boo 2-0 up against DJ Simon. Chimpy through to round 3. Spectre Dawn just about to start with Power Slam. So let's go into this match with Hellcat and Larry. And Sylvia is getting the 6 ball. Larry at the table though. Well, he didn't want to bump the 5. Although he's still got a cut on it. So Larry's looking good to square this match up. Well, it looks as if at the moment he's going to roll through and let it run. So 4 all, rack number 9, Larry to break. And no joy, it doesn't look like. Now, quick look at this 5 ball. The 5 ball goes, and there's no reason why Sylvia shouldn't be able to get to the 6 ball. But to do that, you've got to pot the 1 ball. And can consider herself a bit fortunate where this 1 and cue ball's left. Larry ducking for cover. And that is nasty. Well, so much for the Christmas spirit, Larry, because that was definitely Scrooge-like as far as the safety goes. He's given Sylvia nothing here. Get out of that, he says. Another result through. Bankster on the 1 loss side has beaten Christian 4 racks to 2. And Sylvia is in a hole here with no chance of getting out. You could sit there all day trying to get out of that. You're never getting near it. Well, what I said 2 minutes ago about Sylvia, I'll say exactly the same thing about Larry. He's got ball in hand. Nothing's changed down this bottom left-hand side of the table. The 5 ball still goes. He's got the 1 and 2 very handy to one another. Now, does he want to come down the bottom side of the 3, or does he want to just come out for the 3 and play it long, like where he is right now, so he could just stun across for the 4? That looks like the plan. So this is all about focusing the pot, because the cue ball's doing the right thing. It's heading in the right direction. Well, he wants to come back an inch or 2 to take that 5 into the side so that he's rolling across to the right side for the 6. He doesn't want to finish short in the 5. See, he's finished short in the 5, so now he's heading up top. And he's running away from the 6, but he might put a wee bit juice into this so he can get back up the table. Yeah. Now he needs to avoid the pocket, which he's done. And he doesn't need to be running into the 8. He's not going to do that. Good evening to Vertical Liquid. I'm just about asleep at the moment. I'm heading. I'll get my second wind in about half an hour's time, I think. So Larry from 4-3 behind now takes the lead. Well, look at that 8 and 9 ball. They're married up together. I don't think that they move much at all. There's not a lot happening between those two. And Larry getting nasty again. Well, this time it's not so difficult to deal with. There's enough room for the jump. And there's a strong chance that if Sylvia can get this 1 ball, she'll be certainly able to see the 2. As long as that cue ball has enough momentum, but she's failed to negotiate the jump. But Larry's got problems ahead. It's how he deals with this 8 and 9 ball that's the problem. Now, he's not going to do something crazy here and try and draw off the 1 and draw into the 8 and 9 and still have a shot in the 2. No. Well, that'll work. That little nudge will work wonders. And he's still got a shot in the 2. You don't need to blast them apart, you just need that little nudge just to split them. And now this will be nigh on perfect. Although he's a bit straight in the 6, I think he would have liked to have more angle in this so he could move the cue ball better. He might just have to take his medicine and roll this 7 into the top left. Now, what does he do here? I mean, he can go actually. Is he stunning across? Well, I see he stunned across, but he could actually have gone forward and come around onto the 8 as well. That was another option. This is a testy one. Got to hold for the 9 as well, remember. And problem dealt with. And Larry will be on the hill. Well, I'm sure I'll be getting the blame for this. Hellcat was in the lead 4 racks to 3 when I joined, and I think she's barely had one shot since I've joined the room. And Stefan survives the one loss side against Wanwa, 4 racks to 3. And Larry's break, the 1 ball, the 3 ball, the 4 ball has gone. Now, is he playing the bank? It looks as if he is. See, that was the problem. The problem with the angle he had is he had to rely on the cue ball being out of the way, but that 2 ball come back off the rail and brushed the cue ball there. So here's the chance Sylvia's been waiting on. Well, of course, she did have a chance, remember, where I think Larry had a dry break. Sylvia had a shot in the 1 ball but couldn't get the 1 ball in and had a table that was inviting to run out. And that was the one chance she did have but failed. And now, well, this is just about survival, and this is not going to be easy. Aye, it is, because that's her money ball. I've forgotten. I've forgotten again. So, Hellcat survives, and the 3 ball in the break, a shot in the 1 now. It's anybody's guess as to whether she's going to have any sort of shot in this 2 ball where it's sitting. I think the first priority, I would say, is just to drop this 1 ball in and not try and do anything with the cue ball and just be able to see the 2. She's actually hit that a bit heavier than she probably needed to, and probably also needed a bit of check the cue ball there to stop it leaking away as far. Now, can she get... Well, I was going to say, can she get a decent safety, but I think she just tried a bang on that 2 onto the 9 to see what would happen. I don't think it's worked out very well, though. And Larry has, well, Larry's popped that 2 ball into the jaw there. I mean, he was doing that because he was trying to get a bit of pace in it to run the cue ball. Didn't get down onto the 4. And he's got lucky with where that 2 ball's finished, stone dead in the bottom rail. Oh, that's a cracking shot, but unfortunately the cue ball's going to crack in. No control over the cue ball when you're just blasting and hoping to cut that ball in. Great cut, but an unfortunate outcome. Well, the only thing Larry has to be careful with, let's have a look and see how that looks from his end. Yeah, you see the cue ball's leaking away the wrong angle here. And that needs to just come into the gap. Well, he's got a shot. Dodgy little cut. And Larry playing that with, well, that's all that Sylvia needs. Larry's fluke to 7, and she's not happy. Excuse me, blowing the old nose. Well, that's Larry's late Christmas present there, gifting himself a fluke in the 7 ball. And this 9 ball to finish the match. And there it goes. So Larry through with the help of a fluke by 7 racks to 5. Right, now we're moving on nicely here. But Larry's waiting on the winner of John Boo and DJ Simon. And John Boo's, what's that, 5-2 up. We've got Spectre Dawn 3-1 up against Power Slam. Let's nip in and see how this match is going, if we can get in the room, that is. And just as we do, John Boo, who is getting the 8 ball, has ball in hand to go to the hill by 6 racks to 2. So Simon has got it all to do. And the 9 ball goes in. It gets respotted. John Boo stays at the table. And that 1 ball certainly passes the 2. Now it doesn't. It doesn't go now. That's way, way too tight, that. Oh, that 2 ball nudged the 1 ball twice just to push it right into play over the side pocket. And the little nudge in the 2 by John Boo has done him a nice favour. That's got him in perfect shape just to dink back off this 2 ball. Well, he's dinked back a bit more than he should have. And now I don't think he can avoid running into the 7 and 8. Can he? Oh yes, he can. But everything's tough. Not in any sort of ideal shape here. And that's a disaster. But a welcome one if you're DJ Simon. So Simon lives to fight another day, or another rack at least. Back to within 3. A ball has gone in. I don't know what one it was though. It was the 4 ball. Well, a tightish cut in the 1. And that's how... I mean, these pockets are just no leeway whatsoever. Just catch the point there, or caught the point. Well, this isn't great. Now what does he do? Does he try and... Oh, has he found a gap? I never thought that would go. I wish I'd went round to look at that. Well, that was excellent. I didn't think he'd a shot there. Well, that's a real bonus. Well, this match could well be over if John Boo can hold it together. Well, this is now one of these easy cuts that Steve talks about. And John Boo trying to slam it in to get the cue ball running again. A nice double kiss in the 7. And Simon's dead straight in the 6. I think he doesn't want to try and pinch too much of this. He's got maybe enough just to get the cue ball through. And that's better than nothing at all. So he needs all 3 of these to survive another rack. It's dry. It's dry, but nothing for John Boot. Well, he's called the push. Yeah, the one doesn't go. It doesn't go on the side. And Stepan has gone through against Semi-Pro, who has decided he's had enough. I presume Semi-Pro has forfeited. And Simon looking for the safety, but he's most certainly not got it. Now, once again, can John Boo hold himself together here? He's not got an awful lot to do with the cue ball. I think this will be the most important shot of the visit, because he's got to cut the 2 and give himself a sight in the 3, and he hasn't done so. And he misses a jump. And DJ Simon, a very inviting table for the run out to stay in it once again. Oh, he needs to come out. That's not bad. Now, he doesn't want to get into this too much. Well, he's going forward. Probably the safest route than any sort of danger in coming back and blocking himself out of that 9 ball. Well, he needs any kind of angle on this 8 ball, anything but straight. Because it's probably the worst shot he would have to play is to try and draw that cue ball out of there to get on the 9. And he might well have tried his best to get it straight. No, he's got the angle, but he hasn't got into the cue ball. And this is one of these dodgy cuts, but he's got it in. So the comeback continues from DJ Simon, back to within 1. But he's getting no joy. And John Boo might have a smack at this 1-9. And there you go. It's all over. As quick as that. So that 1-9 combo from John Boo relieves the pressure there that Simon was putting on him. And John Boo survives and goes through 7 racks to 5. So we now know that Larry's going to be playing John Boo. Chimpy's waiting in the winner of Spectre Dawn and Power Slam. The one lost side really still taking shape because it's waiting on results coming through. Brainful Out and Jesdev are in a final rack decider to see who plays Hellcat. We might be too late. Oh no, we are. We're just in. And Jesdev getting the 5 ball. But what's he trying to do with the 4? Well, he's trying to duck for cover. Well, this is a nice angle in the cue ball here to get out. Well, he's playing it soft. Probably playing it soft as he's left himself really awkward on this 5 ball. And with a 6 ball to follow, he's going to have to play a good one to get behind that, either up or down the table. Well, he's bumped to 6. That will work very nicely. That was a good shot. Well, he's dead straight in the 8. So he's got to get the draw working. We've got to get this flush and clean. Oh, he's gone forward. Must have had a slight angle, but that has worked out very nice. So this for the win for Brainful out to survive for another round of the 1 loss side. He beats Jezdev 4 racks to 3. Right now, let's jump, and we might not have much to see because Spectrodon's now 6-2 up against Power Slam. Power Slam getting 7 and out. And he's nailed himself to the 2 ball. And he's got to keep this 2 ball covered. And he has done. Although the jump is available. But it's asking a lot for this cue ball to have enough momentum to get back up the table in any sort of direction where Spectrodon can see the 3 ball. Well, he ended up getting a decent enough little nudge in the 5. He would have had a cut in the 3, but Power Slam not taking any risks. He's just content to pot the 2. He's leaving himself a long cut in the 3. But he played it in such a way that he was getting cover on it should he miss it like that. Because he wasn't really playing any sort of position to try and get in the 4. How does that look from his end? Yeah, that's a foul. Ball in hand to Spectrodon. Well, I think he's going to try and nurse this in gentle along the rail. Well, he hasn't hit it. He hasn't hit it. He was trying to hold exactly where he was with the cue ball there for the 5, but he didn't get enough in the pot in the 4. And this might nudge the 9 here. Well, he's played draw into that. I don't think he needed it. And it might have been his undoing there because the 9 ball had given the nudge that he needed to see that 6. I think he created more problems than he actually benefited from it. And Spectrodon lining up the 6-9 combo. Not a difficult combo. This should go in. And Spectrodon comfortably through. Yet again, 7 racks to 2. Well, so now we have Larry playing John Boo. John Boo 1-0 up. And John Boo getting the 5 ball. And Chimpy now about to play Spectrodon. And that's the match we're going to be watching next. And Brainful Out and Hellcat are underway on the 1 loss side. DJ Simon and Sergeresh about to get underway, I think. Nothing seems to be happening there. How's their room not up? Yeah, there's only one in it. That's why the thing hasn't started. Where's Sergaresh? I think Sergaresh is gone for the night. I don't see him. I don't see Sergaresh listed there. I see Spectre Dawn, but Sergaresh might have... well, he's either disconnected or he's gone for the night. He's certainly not listed in the lobby. But anyway, we'll get into this match with Chimpy and Spectre Dawn. And I'll have another drink while we're waiting. Oh dear. Spectre Dawn might be topping up his drink, or he might be going to the bathroom or whatever. But he's got 5 minutes to get in the room, or it will time out and he will forfeit. So Chimpy on the right hand side, lagging off for the break. And it's a scratch match, no handicap. And Chimpy wins the lag. First shout for him, if he can get a ball in a shot, that is. And he's got neither, I don't think. It's going to have to be the 1-2 combo. And Spectre Dawn gets a lucky roll. Jump shot's not difficult to hit the one. And probably lining up this 1-4 combo as well while he's at it. And the cue ball off the table. And that 9 ball, not the 9 ball, that 1 ball, just enough of it showing. And the 4 ball goes past the 5, no problem. There's no problem up there. He must have an angle in the 3 though. And he's got that. So, no issue with getting on the 4 ball. Well, I think the safe route's to go behind the 6. He might be checking this up to come inside the 6. No, he's gone around the corner. And staying inside the gap between the 9 and 6. Maybe a wee bit more angle than he would have liked, but he should still be good. Yeah, Sergaresh has left the building. DJ Simon gets advanced through in that match. And Spectre Dawn looking for first blood in this match with Chimpy. Big stun, using what angle there was there just to get that cue ball. Enough momentum off the rail out and perfect line for the 9. Three ball goes in. And I don't think he can see the 1. Once again out with the jump stick. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go and put the heating on. Right, I'm back. I'm back, and Spectre Dawn about to go 2-0 up. Well, cue ball in this time. So straight away, Chimpy with ball in hand. And problem's going to be how good he ends up on this 4 ball to get down onto this 6. Now, is he running up top? I think the angle he's got means he can still hold for the 4, so just draw off this. He's not going to scratch as long as he gets into the cue ball. Now, a lot of angle on this 6 ball to be trying hold for the 7. He's tried to hold for it, made a good job of it, and now a gentle little roll in so the cue ball doesn't leak away too far, and that's how easy it is when you end up with ball in hand and the balls are sitting there. So Chimpy's getting himself into the game. Well, 2 balls went into that left side pocket. I think it was a 7 in the bottom left. So the 1 The 4 and the 7 have gone. A little angle in this 2 ball to read. And then everything else should be straightforward. I don't think he's read it. No, he hasn't. And that's how easy they are. Steve says they're easy, those shots. And that was a gilt edge opportunity though for Chimpy, because all he had to do was pot that 2 and he would have been pretty much guaranteed out. And now he's just got to sit and wait the inevitable happening here. Although the 5 ball's going to be at distance. I don't think he'll risk doing anything too great with that 3 ball. And Power Slam has ended up forfeiting against Bankster as well. I don't know what's happened to those guys. Sergresh and Power Slam. But Bankster goes through. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn's finished in no man's land on this 6 ball. Pick a pocket or play a safety. Well, that was well done. Well, that missed pot in the 2 ball from Chimpy when he had the table at his mercy after it. Had he potted it, the inevitable did happen. Spectre Dawn runs out, has a 2 rack gap again, breaks off in rack number 5, and the 3 ball is gone. Now, what's he looking at here? Well, that 9 ball does go past the 7. I'm pretty certain it does. Then again, I'm not so certain it does. It does when you look at it at that angle. Yeah, there was no way that was ever going to be easy. But Chimpy can get good distance on this 1 ball. Now again, I'd be playing this with right English on a real thin edge on that 1 ball, so that I bring the cue ball down this line. See that? I would have much preferred putting a bit of inside right English to bring that cue ball down this line and thin cut that 1 along the rail. But they're not easy playing them. Well, he can cut the 1. I'm not sure whether he's going to get much of this 7 ball when he does though. Brain Pullout has beaten Hellcat by 4 racks to 1. Well, the 4 ball's slightly off the rail. That shouldn't be a problem if he gets to it, but he's got to get a good shot first, and that was excellent. Although that 6 ball, I think, has just nudged the 7, and now things are a bit dodgy. Let's have another look at this 7. That's that has got me doubting that you can actually get to that 7. Well, is Spectre Dawn just running through for a little nudge here and hoping he gets a lucky roll? Or does he think he can actually get enough of that 7 to pot it? Well, I think he decided he couldn't, and he was bringing it back across so he could play the combo. Well, we'll soon find out what Chimpy does, because Chimpy can stun in this 6 ball and play a bump and then hope he gets lucky. Or he can do what Spectre Dawn was trying to do, just nudge it in and check the cue ball and leave himself that combo. He might be trying to... No, he looks as if he's coming back. Oh, he's come back a bit too much, so he's got a bit too much into that. But not a problem though. Good end result. So Chimpy back to within 1. Rack number 6. And just what he didn't want. He didn't want the dry break, but he also didn't want to be leaving Spectre Dawn a possible shot in the 1, which he has done. It's a thin cut. But if he can get any shot in the 2, well, this might be behind the 9. No, it isn't. Well, he's still got to control this cue ball. And that's got nice pace. And this rack's over, I think. I'm going to hedge my bets and say that it is over, although he's now put himself dead straight in the 4. Now, he might play the cut in the side here. He's had a look at it. The reason for that is he can get the cue ball down onto the bottom rail and back out. And now he's sitting pretty here. So the gap's going to go to 2 again. Cue ball. Oh, it's seriously thought about scratching there. The break ended up dry. And, well, Chimpy can use that 4, 5 and 7 ball. He can try and get back over this side and send the 1 up the table. And, I mean, there's good cover here. It's all about just controlling the pace. Well, he's went the other way with the cue ball. I'm not so sure that was the wisest way of doing it, because he's not got the cover in the 1. I mean, I would have cut off that 1 ball, sent it up the table, and brought the cue ball back over this way. And he might be wishing he'd played the shot I was talking about, because the only sort of problem I see here is the 4 ball. If you want to call it a problem as such, because, well, it's not great now for Spectre Dawn, because he's dead straight in the 3, but let's see what he does. He's drawn back to open it up, and that will do. And this has all come about from a poor safety by Chimpy. This is the ultimate punishment. It's what you'd expect, but I'm fairly certain that my way of doing it was a far better option of getting at least some sort of cover. Well, couple of rails maybe. Maybe even 3 or 4. Going to be 3. More importantly though, the gap now goes to 3. And Chimpy will be kicking himself there. You can't leave any ball exposed for Spectre Dawn, because you know what the outcome's usually going to be. But it's yet another dry one. And this time, Chimpy has the table at his mercy. 1 ball into the side, 2 into the top right, 3 into the bottom left, 4 into the top left, 5 into the top right, 6 into the top left. I mean, they're all there. It's about that cue ball and how you can manipulate it to find your way out. So the tricky one is a 6, but all you have to do with this 5 ball is get the cue ball into the middle of the table. I mean, you can go for extreme accuracy and try and maybe bump into the 7, depending on what angle you've got in the 5. He might be dead straight in this 5. And he's ended up pretty much ideal on the 6. So it's about going back across the table again. Twice across. Got to miss the 9 though. Well, this has to have a wee bit of pace in it so he can run off the side rail and get the cue ball out for the cut in the 8 ball. Got to run this a bit, and that's perfect. So Chimpy exacts the punishment for the dry break on Spectre Dawn. He was dry, he left Chimpy on the 1, and Chimpy's done what he had to do, ran the table, but still trailing by 2. Now, a quick reminder also, if anybody's still listening, I mean, I know I'm half asleep, so I don't know how anybody else is, but don't forget that once we're into the new year, on the 7th of January, which I presume is a Saturday, I didn't double check, but I'm assuming it is, we'll have the playoffs for the Saturday night 9-ball leagues that we had running for the last however many weeks, 12 or 13 weeks. And those matches, I think, kick off at 6 PM on the Saturday night of January the 7th. Right, hang on a minute. Yes, we're just double checking here. It is Saturday, January the 7th. And meanwhile, as Chimpy doesn't hook himself behind the 9, I think he's okay. He's going to be back to within 1. Just needs a little stun up, I think. No, he's just got enough angle there to roll this into the middle. So he's not down and out. Was trailing by 3. He's nipped 2 back. Into rack number 10. Chimpy breaking and hoping again for the usual, a ball and a shot. This is looking like it's dry. And well, Spectadon has nothing easy. I mean, he does have a cut into the side. And the cue ball's heading up table. And there's a fair chance he'll see the 2 into the same pocket. But this first one is not an easy starter. But that was well played. Well, now what sort of does he really? I mean, I don't know whether he can end up on this 4 ball where he's potting it without nudging the 7. The 6 ball goes, but I think at the end of the day he may well end up nudging this 7 ball. Well, he's certainly going to be doing that now. The angle he's got, and he's got to somehow still have a shot on this 5, and he just nudged it through, and that's very nice. And Larry's gone through in his match with John Boo, 7 racks to 4. So the tournament is what, almost an hour and 50 minutes old. And Spectadon within the next minute or so is going to be on the hill. Well, the one person missing from the tournament tonight was One Pocket Slim, who he might have, I don't know, with it being the holiday period, he might be away visiting, he might have visitors over. But as I said in his previous match, not an awful lot of table time getting in practice for Cowboy. And he's usually, more often than not, he's, I think, been in Friday Night 9 Ball the last couple of weeks. So, Chimpy at the point of no return. Big cut into the side there to get him started. Landed nicely on the 2. Looking to see if the 3 will go past the 5. And, well, again, you've got to get really good on this 3 ball if you're going to pot that past the 5. And the further up that cue ball goes, the better chance he has, but it's still really tight. And another result on the 1 loss side, Bankster has beaten Stefan by 4 racks to 2. This is tight. Well, he played the combo instead. The problem there is, how is he going to a good roll in this 3, and he hasn't. I mean, there is a bank on in the 3. That's not easy, by no means. Just try to duck for cover. And has he got it? Yes, he has. And that will do nice. So it's asking a lot for Spectadon not only to hit this 3 ball, but to hit it in such a way that he doesn't leave anything easy for Chimpy. That's a tall order. Well, he's got the hit. but he's not got a lucky roll. And Chimpy can get himself back to within 1 here. Of course, it's no miss now for Chimpy. He can't afford any unforced errors of any description, or he's dead and buried. But he can at least survive another rack here if he can take care of business. And so, of course, Chimpy will be breaking off to take the match into a final rack decider if he can. Can he get a better break? And I think the one ball into the side. Well, that's actually quite a big pocket where the 4 ball is. Now, if he cuts the 2 into the jaw there, it's bound to hit the 4 and probably go in. Well, he's actually brushed the 4 with the 2 ball, but just brushed it thin enough. And this is not bad shape here as far as running the table goes. Where it's all going to be clinched is off this 5 ball, back up table for that 6. And he must get himself the decent angle to be able to do that, where he's not going to be interfering with the 8 or the 9, because they could be the stumbling block and a clean hit on this 6 ball. And this is a bit straight, this. He might have to get right into this and draw it. And there's a danger of scratching the side pocket. I don't know whether he can go forward. If he tried to put a lot of top on it, he would just stay up that end of the table. So he's going to have to draw it. Oh, that nudging 8 ball has done him a huge favour there. That has worked out very nice indeed. Now, can he get the cue ball back down for the 7? Because that 9 ball might be in the way. And I said it, but he does have a cut. But he's not in ideal shape here. It's how's the line going to be with the cue ball? Again, he doesn't want to finish on top of the 8 ball. Anywhere left or right will do. And he's missed the cut in the 7. How's his luck? Well, he ain't got the cover. There's enough of the 7 to put it in the hole. And unfortunately, it was deep in the pocket. And Spectre Don's spun the cue ball in with it. So Chimpy's got the absolute gift to square the match and go all the way. So here we go, final rack decider. Chimpy breaking off in rack number 13. And DJ Simon has won his final rack decider, and the one lost side with Brain fell out 4 racks to 3. So Simon marches on. And meanwhile, Chimpy's break has given him the 5 ball. Not any great shot in the 1 ball here though. Tried the combo. Spectre Dawn won't be refusing the cut, I don't think. I mean, he could bank the one up the table and try and duck in behind the 6 and 8 ball here. He could play that shot. But whenever he's got a ball in the open like this, he generally's not going to mess about. And the pace in the cue ball is perfect. I mean, he's got the cut in the 2, the angle with the cue ball for this ball just to run back up table for the 3. Well, he's dead straight, and now he's got a problem because he can't pot the 4 up or down the table or up the table, however you're looking at it. The 8 ball's a blocker. Trying to get the cue ball spinning into the middle of the table. He's missing the scratch, and he's got the cut. Well, again, the 6 ball does go, but again, it's still very tight if you've got the wrong angle on that 6 ball. But this is as good as you're going to be on the 6. He couldn't have played it any better. Okay, he's dead straight, but at least he knows he's got a much better chance of potting it with this line. But what's he done with the cue ball? He's pretty much stuck it in the 7. And Chimpy should be ready to pounce. Spectre Dawn using the 9 ball as the guard. Chimpy going for the combo, or is he going for the bank, or is he going for the billiard? He's went all out for the bank, but it hasn't rolled safe. And if Spectre Dawn can make this cut in the 7, which I fully expect him to do so, then Chimpy's become another victim of Spectre Dawn and Friday Night 9 ball, and he'll be heading over to the 1 loss side. That's a guaranteed certainty now. So Spectre Dawn goes through against Chimpy in that final rack decider, 7-6. And now we have the matchup between Larry and Spectre Dawn. And on the 1 loss side, we've got Bankster, who's 3-0 down against John Boo. John Boo getting the 6 ball, so it's a tough ask for Bankster now. And DJ Simon is about to play Chimpy. So we're just waiting on that room going up for the match between Larry and Spectre Dawn, which of course is the hot seat match yet again for both of these players to see who gets through to tonight's final. And we'll get ourselves in and get ourselves ready. And looking at Larry's rating, I don't think there'll be much in this as far as handicap either. It may well be another scratch match once Spectre Dawn arrives. Oh dear. The yawning set in big time. So we are now 2 hours into the tournament. So Larry on the right hand side, Spectre Dawn on the left. It's a scratch match, race to 7. Well, the one on the left's going to win it, I think. It's got, no, is it? Has it just got the legs? I think it has. Spectre Dawn wins the lag. Eight Ball is going to go in. No real shot in the one. Trying to reverse bank, is he? No, just the safety. Well, Larry can play the double kiss off the one ball and just bring the cue ball back down the table here. That's fairly easy enough to play. Needs to miss the 6, and that's a bad one. Everything hinged on that cue ball, missing the 6 ball, and Larry could have been down here behind the 2 ball with that shot. Oh, it's tight. The little jump escape. And you can see the 3. Just and no more. Well, looks as if he can go through to the rail and come back out for the 5. He might be straight enough to hold it, and he's been able to hold it. So Spectre Dawn is going to be first off the mark to see who gets to tonight's final. One ball down, 2 ball ugly. Now, is that the 4 ball that's up there behind the 9 ball? I think it is. In the top right hand corner. I'll just come back off this slightly. Won't do a lot with the cue ball, I don't think. Well, it must be the 8 ball that's up there. I thought it was a 4. No, it is. It's the 8 ball. Either way, it doesn't matter what ball it is. He's got to deal with it. Well, welcome to Slim. Well, you've got Spectre, Don and Larry going for the hot seat match. I'm almost asleep in my chair. I'm barely hanging on here. Slim, are you going to get some practice in before Monday for this cowboy match? Because I want to see you make a better fist of it than you did in your previous match. But I think you'll have a good chance of doing that if you put in some table time, if you've got the time to do it. Some good tactical advice there for you, Slim. Get some table time in. Don't just turn up at the last minute. Well, he might be able to get enough of that 8 ball here, or if not, he's going to punch it around and leave Spectre Don in trouble. Well, now, was that legal? But more importantly, he's not got any easy shot here. This is dodgy. It's tough. It is not easy. But it's all out for the cut in the left-hand corner pocket. You most certainly need to get some practice in, Slim. And if you could, a couple of hours on the day of the match. And then, you know, whatever happens then, you can't say it wasn't for the lack of putting in some time. So Larry squares the match, 1 rack all, but immediately comes up with a dry break. But the worrying thing here is look at where the 9 ball is. 9 ball sitting right there to be knocked into the hole one way or another if you can. Might not end up being like that the way the balls are set though. Although the 6 ball would have the best chance of being a combo onto that 9. But look at where the problem balls are, the 2 and the 5. And Spectre Don trying to get right on a spot to get on the 2 ball, and that was well done. Oh yeah. I haven't found my second win yet, I'll tell you that. It's going to be a rapid exit out the building once this tournament's finished tonight. I am dead on my feet here. Well, the combo was played, and it's all over this rack. 2-1 to Spectre Don. And Spectre Don, when did he type that? Because my eyes are half shut. He says 1 minute, please, but that was, yeah, that was right now. He's typed that. And while he's away, we'll have a quick look at see what's happening on the one loss side. Well, Chimpy is 2-0 up against DJ Simon. DJ Simon getting the 6 ball, and John Boo is waiting on the winner of that match. Spectre Don has broke off in rack number 4, but I think he too has come up dry. And this time, Larry has the shot in the 1. but he's got a problem in exposing a shot on this 2-ball, because this is not easy. He's got to somehow avoid the traffic and go over this left side to be able to see this 2, but Larry's, well, he's managed to do that part of it. Well, in fact, he didn't. He couldn't see enough of the 2, but before all that happened, he missed the 1-ball. Inspector Don has made no trouble in getting on the 2. And I think Larry's resigned to the fact that he's played his last shot in this rack. He ain't getting another bite at the cherry here, I don't. Now, is there anybody else signed up for that cowboy tournament, Slim? Or are you the only one? Just as I thought. No, usually when Juan was around, he plays in it normally, if he's around. I don't know whether he's still in the lobby. Let's have a quick look. Where are we? He might have called it a night, seeing as he's out of the Friday night 9-ball tournament. Yeah, I don't see him. I think he might have gone for the night. Well, meanwhile, while I was messing about there, Spectron's got the 3-1 lead. He's played the jump escape and he's got a roll. He's left Larry nothing. And Larry looking as if he's lining up the Massey shot here. Now these either work or you just end up looking daft. You either nail them or you don't get anywhere near them. And that's a great effort from Larry. How's his luck? It's not too bad. But Spectre Dawn again lining up a jump shot. This is a tight shot to cut this into the side. But once again, oh, Spectre Dawn's now fluked it in the side. He'll be wishing he didn't now, because he'd left Larry in a heap of trouble. But now it's backfired on him. Well, Chimpy has comfortably gone through against DJ Simon. 4 racks to 0. Spectre Dawn looking for the line to kick at the 3. But he hasn't picked it. And Larry now should be out. He knows it. The balls are all there. This is just a nice little run out exercise. Well, you never know, Wanma might show up for that cowboy tournament. Well, it's another, 11 minutes away. Well, he could have done by getting down a wee bit lower down on this 6-ball, so it's now going to be 2, possibly 3 rails here. to get up top left of this 7 ball as we look. 1, 2, and he's judged the pace very well. So Larry back in the game, trail number 1, rack number 6, and the 9 ball's been kicked in. The 9 ball will come up, but the more important thing is has Larry got a shot? And I don't think he has. I think he can certainly see some of the 1, and he's got to brush this as thin as he dare with a bit of I would put a wee bit of right English on it as well, just to fizz it around the angles a bit more to come down to the 5 and 3. That's what I'd be doing. Now he's playing the push out. Might end up being put back in here though. It's not an easy shot to get the right hit on this 1 ball at distance, but Spectre Dawn seems to be quite happy to play it. I would have stuck Larry back in at this distance, and he has thought the better of it, and he's pushed it back to him. So Larry's now got the problem to deal with. Well, he's not left a pot on. There is a possible combo. It's not dead set. But Spectre Dawn going for the slightly easier option and trying to get cover. Well, Larry can hit it, but he's got no clue where the cue ball's ending up here. And that's left Spectre Dawn his opportunity. No worries about positioning the 2, that was always guaranteed. And he can just drop down and stay above the 5. Play the 3 into the opposite corner. Probably end up playing the 4 down the rail, because again there's no point in trying to manoeuvre the cue ball acrobatically around the table. Just get it over for the 4. He's going inside the 4. Well, he's come straight now in the 4. So got to keep the cue ball out into the table and running top in the cue ball, and he's finished dead straight in the 5. And that's not bad, because this is, you know, a little gentle roll in the 6. And the 2 rack gap will be restored in the next 40 seconds or so. Now, can Chimpy stay with Spectre Dawn? Well, the obvious thing is, in order to do that, he needs to be at the table. And then the next thing is, he needs to be potting balls, everything that he sees. And he can't afford mistakes. Spectre Dawn's break has given him the 8 ball. A cut in the 1, and if he can get on the 2, you would think this rack is over as well. He's got loads of room to get the 2, let's be honest. Well, he's dead straight, but again, he can overcut the three slightly just so that he's drawn back this way, or he stayed in the middle. Right, that'll work as well. It's whatever he's more comfortable with. Just needs to leave that cut angle on the 7. I think he's going to go pretty straight again on this. Let's have a look. No, he's fine. He can just draw it straight back. So now the gap goes to 3. Well, Larry's got the same problem everybody's got against Spectre Dawn. You've got to get a chance. But when you're trailing to 3, when you get that chance, if it comes, you got to stick them away now, Larry. And the break is dry. And once again, though, Larry's not getting a roll of the ball here where he's got an easy start. He's hooked in the 1. No option but the push out. But where does he push? He certainly doesn't want to leave the cut in the 1. And he's going to be put back in straight away here. That's a pretty poor push out by Larry. The inevitable was going to happen. Hit that far too heavy. He was trying to make sure that if he still left a sight in the 1, he wasn't going to leave an easy cut. But now he's opened everything up here for Spectre Dawn with that attempted jump shot, because that's bumped to 2 and bumped to 5. And everything's wide open. And dare I say it, this rack is also over. A little bit short in the 5. Could have done with this opening up a wee bit more. But not a problem. So Spectre Dawn, 1 away, and Larry, well, he's dead and buried. Either way you look at it, it's asking a lot for Larry to take out these next 5 racks. Spectre Dawn's break has given him the 1 and the 5. The 2 ball into the side. 3 ball into the opposite side. And it all hinges on the 4 ball. He might leave the cut in the 4. I think he'll just come out into the table and leave the cut as he try to play into the opposite side. He had the angle. And it's home and dry for Spectre Dawn here. Strong performance here. Larry's hardly the sniff. So Spectre Dawn is through to another Friday night 9-ball final. Yet another one. And Larry's going to have to do it the hard way from here on in. So Spectre Dawn, comfortable winner, 7 racks to 2. Right, so we're almost getting there. We have John Boo and Chimpy are underway. Larry moving over to that 1-loss side, or the semi-final, whichever you want to call it, and he's waiting to play the winner of this match that we're just going to jump into right now. Spectre Dawn can go and have a coffee or something else. He's going to have half an hour or more before he's going to be playing the final. And John Boo getting the 5 ball, which is dangerous for Chimpy, because the 4 and 5 are both available here. He doesn't want to finish straight, and he hasn't. He's got a nice angle just to stun this 4 in, bring the cue ball out into the table like that, and a straight in 5 to square the match. Remember, only a race to 4 in the 1-loss side, so it's cutthroat, blink of an eye, and that is a terrible miss by John Boo. That is awful. No way he should ever be missing that, and can consider himself really fortunate that he's ended up leaving Chimpy nothing like that. Glued him to the 5. Well, it's going to be difficult for John Boo to clip this 5 and leave nothing. He's probably better having a kick at it. He'll settle for that in one way. Now the 5 ball does cut. Problem is he's playing for the 7 ball next, so I don't think there was any advantage in trying to pot that 5. I think he did the right thing, but he's now gifted John Boo a second go at the 5. Got to get it in this time. But you cannot be hoping to get 2 goes at a ball at this stage in the tournament. You've got to be putting them away. And John Boo's break immediately comes up dry. Chimpy has a choice. He can play the 1 and try and get a safety. He could try and bank the 1, which he's had a go at. And the 1 ball has gone into the line, whereby the 4 ball blocks it for the pocket. And the 5 ball Sorry, not the 5 ball. The 9 ball now is just asking to be nudged into that side pocket. And he might try banking the 1 ball again onto the 9 here. I mean, he could play a thin cut. Well, he's trying to draw into the 9 and it's worked out perfect. Cue ball stays in the table. And that's a quick end to the match. Chimpy goes through by 4 racks to 2. So now Larry lies in wait. Spectre Dawn continues his little interlude. And the Cowboy tournament is underway because there's at least 4 people in it. Slim's playing Sylvia at the moment and Stefan's playing Travelling TT, so at least Slim's getting 1 rack of practice in. Right, so Larry now playing Chimpy, probably a scratch match again, I'm pretty certain it will be, and the winner of which will either be Larry looking for revenge against Spectre Dawn, or maybe even, who did Chimpy play? Well, Chimpy, yeah, so Larry and Chimpy both look for revenge on Spectre Dawn because Spectre Dawn's taking care of both of them. He sent them both over to the 1-loss side tonight. So we'll get in. They're lagging off. We've got Chimpy in the right hand side of the screen. And looks as if Chimpy's going to win it. So short and sweet in the race to 4. Scratch match, no handicap. And the 2 ball goes in. Well, there's a possible cut onto the 7 for the combo. This is tricky. Could try banking it into the corner though. Might be playing that. And that, well, that's another good effort. Well, that's ideal, that shot there from Larry, because he can run through the 3 ball, come off the rail if he wants, and at least have a cut on this 4 ball, very tight into the side, but up table into the corner. Well, he's left the cue ball a wee bit short here. I'd have much preferred to be out about there. He's a good few inches short. And the 5 ball will go past the 7. He's trying to cut it into the side, but that was really tight. But it all came about from the fact that he left the cue ball here when he should have been here. He was a foot short with the cue ball. And Chimpy can see that the 5 ball does go. He's just got to make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the 8. So that was a positional error there from Larry. Leaving the cue ball short, left himself a really dicey thin cut into the side. And he's going to pay the penalty. So 1-0. Six ball thought about the side, 2 ball thought about the top right hand corner pocket. Neither of them were going in. The break is dry, and this table is a run-out table every single day of the week. And this will be a huge fail if Larry can't put this away. Now that shot there has gone wrong as well because he's the wrong side of the 4. And he's decided just to take his medicine and leave the cut. But now he's got to get into this cue ball a wee bit so that he can still see the 6. He doesn't want the cue ball to leak away. See, it's heading in the wrong direction. And he didn't risk doing anything with the cue ball. This is why he's ended up here, looking for the combo in a 9. Well, again, what's let Larry down is the shape. Got himself the wrong side of the 4. And that's how you end up not getting the job done. Now, don't forget, this table was a gimme to run out. But Larry just failed with the shape on that 4 ball, made it really tough. He didn't risk trying to run the cue ball to get better on the 5. He preferred just to leave it and at least see the 5, but it was so difficult to get into that pot in the 5 ball and still try and have some sort of control of the cue ball. Larry didn't risk it and ended up, it cost him the rack. Or at least it should do it. So 2-0. And immediately Larry's back against the wall here. No time to think. Got to get something on the board. And again, look at where the 9 ball's finished. A ball in the break. And the 9 ball very dangerously close to that top right hand corner pocket. And the 3 ball does go past the 9. He might prefer to leave the 9 where it is rather than trying to be heroic and do something with the 3 ball. We'll soon find out, because that 9 ball, I mean, you've got to get the hit on that 9 really sweet, or it will catch the point and stay out. Soon find out what he's up to. He's got the angle in the 3 to come up for the 4. And that was the right shot to play. This needs to keep going. Now, he's going to brush the 8. The problem is, if he brushes the 8 and it goes to the rail, come out, can block the 5. The cue ball wants to go forward if it doesn't catch a lot of this 8 ball. So you're not sure how this is going to finish. And you see what's happened is exactly what I was talking about. The 8 ball has come off the rail, come into line and blocked the path for the 5. But it's pretty well set for a combo if he fancies it, even at this ugly angle. No, he's not risking it. And that was probably a wise move, because the pressure's on Larry to deliver, and that's a good call, playing that choice of shot. Larry, I think, is going all out for the thin cut along the rail and just hitting and hoping here. Bound to have a shot in the 7, you would think. but this is tough. It's a fraction off the rail, and he's played it well, and he gets the reward. Well, you're drawn over to the right hand side of the table here off this 7. Well away from the 8. A bit more juice on it than he would have liked, but he should be fine. Just dink this in, and he'll be off the mark. And the 3 ball goes in, the 6 ball goes in, and the 5 ball is a problem. He's got a shot in the 1, the 2 into a choice of pockets. When I say the 5 ball's a problem, the 5 ball is, well, immediately Larry's missed the 1, and that is a big fail again. Stunning the cue ball to get out for the 2, but the stun shot, if it's offline any fraction at that pace, it's never going in. But it was a gilt edge opportunity for Larry, and it's gone south. But yeah, what I was getting at is the 5 ball is off the rail. It's all about how Chimpy gets on this 4 ball as to whether he's going to be simple to drop through and just cut that 5 down the rail or up the rail as we look. It all sounds simple in theory, but getting good on the 4 is what it's all about. And that ain't it, I'm afraid. But he's if he plays the cut onto the 7, the 4 has to stay over the pocket like that, and that's perfect. And he must leave the angle on the 5. He can't end up dead straight. This 8 ball's fairly tight to the opposite rail, so he must have an angle on this 5. Well, that ain't much of an angle, and this is going to be testy. I mean, he can only go forward and back here, but he's trying to squeeze some angle out of it, and that's well done. But once again, this is not easy. It is not frozen to the rail, but where the cue ball is, he's pretty much on this bottom rail. He's just got to let it run. And there was never a doubt. And now it's last chance saloon for Larry if he gets one, because it's now 3-1 to Chimpy. 1 away from his revenge match with Spectre Dawn in tonight's final. Now, I think that was the 2 ball that went there. And he's on the 1. And if he just comes back into that gap between the 4 and 5, he's looking good here. Not ideal, but he's just got to make sure he comes out. And again, thinking about that position in the 5, he's forgot about the 4, and he's got away with it. And Larry's looking to punch this around the table, and he's got to avoid traffic with this 4 ball, and he doesn't want to pot it. Although if he does pot it, he'll have some sort of shot in the 5, unless he gets really nailed onto the 8. Well, he's gone all out for the bank. And he's still got a shot in the 5. I thought he was going to punch that around, but he took the risk. He was always risking being stuck right on that 8 ball. And this is the one that's going to decide whether Larry survives in this match. Getting on the 7 ball. Now, he might take his medicine and leave himself a long cut in this 7 ball by getting to the left side of the 9 here. Or he's trying to come back. No, he's going to leave it open. So you can certainly see and pot the 7. Oh dear. Well, he needs a lucky roll. He's got it. And the old signs of wear and tear are coming in. We are probably, 10 minutes short of 3 hours for tonight's tournament. And Chimpy plays the bank. And this cue ball could not finish any better on this 8 ball, but there's still the tricky bit about getting past that side pocket without that 8 ball catching the point on the side pocket. And it's went down clean as a whistle. Straight in 9 ball to win the match. And Chimpy takes care of Larry, 4 racks to 1, but Larry made the mistakes. Positional mistakes, and of course the potting error that he had there. Chimpy through to the final. So we're going through to, mind you, we've only had 1 shot in tonight's tournament. We had 15 in, and we've now got a final. And it is, as I said, the revenge match between Chimpy and Spectre Dawn. Spectre Dawn having put Chimpy into that 1 loss side earlier on in the tournament. In fact, round 3 that happened. Don't forget though, it was a final rack decider though. So the final now is a race to 9. We'll get ourselves in. And we're first in. And I'll have another drink. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go to YouTube. Let's see if we can find that video. Where is it? Oh well, we've got Spectre Dawn arrive. So much for going to YouTube. Again, Chimpy may well be taking a little break, top up his drink, or again take care of business, whatever it might be. The sooner this gets underway and we get playing, the earlier I get to bed. So here we go, Spectre Dawn on the right hand side of the screen. Scratch match, race to 9. And Chimpy has won the lag, breaking off. And it's an immediate dry break. Inspector Don has his shot in the 1 ball, a shot in the 2, and then the problems start. Big problem with the 3 ball, even bigger problem with the 6 ball. Well, he's took a risk there and it's worked out nice. He might even have set up a combo with the 4 and 5. The way this shot's panned out, he's took a risk to get a bump that he would still have a shot in the 2. He's bumped the 3 into play. The 4 and 5 are pretty much dead set. It looks as if that 5 ball's going into the right hand side of the pocket. So that couldn't have landed much better for Spectre Dawn, but the only thing is there's still that issue with the 6 ball. And he's played a bump in the 6 as well, although I don't think it's landed any better for him. Just having a quick look at this 6 ball. Well, I think you can cheat that into the pocket. I think he can. He might be going for another bump here and hoping he gets lucky. But that 6 ball can be cheated. And he's missed the bump. Well, it's going to be a lot more difficult to try and cheat the pocket from where the cue ball stuck. That is no good. But you can just skim past the 8 and cheat the pocket off the rail. But I don't think it's as good to be doing that from there. Yeah, he's just trying to get cover, and that will do it. Oh, where's the 6 going? Oh, it had a look in the pocket. It's not gone in. The 1 ball still in play. Inspector Don just has to make sure he can see the 7. And that was not the best of shots. I'm afraid he's a foot short with the run in there. He's going to have to kick this in off the rail. And that was well done. Dead straight in the 8 ball though. How much does he want to pinch here? Because I don't think he really needs to. He just needs to roll this in and play the cutback. So Spectre Dawn is off and running. And I will be back in a minute. I'm just going to have a nip to the bathroom. Right, I'm back. Well, what happened to you, semi-pro? Good evening again. So Spectre Dawn, 1-0 up. And the jump shot cutting the 2. Now he can duck for cover here. Off the, what, disconnected? I thought everybody down south had a brilliant internet connection. I thought you were all in fibre, and I'm surprised you couldn't get back within 5 minutes. Well, Chimpy wants to be cutting this on the left hand side, if anything, to try and get a bit of running in the cue ball and try and get distance here. He wants to try and get this 3 ball thin. Well, he's actually got an awful lot more power into that than I thought he could at that distance. It might not have helped him. Well, 5 ball up the top. He's slightly more overcutting this than he would like. He's just got to dink it in and let the cue ball open up a little bit. I think he'll be perfectly fine. Right, quick double check on the 7. I think it's off the rail. So Chimpy's looking likely to be 2-0 down here in his revenge mission against Spectre Dawn tonight. So we're now 3 hours into tonight's tournament, which again is not bad, considering we're already in the final. And I'm not complaining, I just want to get to bed. It's the usual story. My brain's partially shut down. It's just a question of the rest of my body going to join it. So Spectre Dawn's break has given him the 1 ball, landed pretty nigh perfect on the 2. Back down the table for the 3 into the side. Back over. Now, what's the angle like here? Can he just run through? No, he's the wrong angle. So, I mean, he can draw this in and still come back the way. And he may well leave this 6 ball into the side. Just drop through off the 5. 6 ball into the side shouldn't be an issue. Needs to bounce out though. That way he can stun it into the side and come back for the 7 into the side if he wants, or just come back for the 7 up top. He's got a choice. And he's playing it into the side. Trying his best to hamper himself with the 9, but I think he's okay. So I take it you heard what Larry said about the difference in the table setup in the offline version with the tournament setting. There's a couple of digits different. That I'm not sure whether Steve's still aware of that he hasn't done an update for the offline version. And that's a scratch and a break for Spectre Dawn. And, well, Chimpy at 3-0 down. With the way these balls are set, the biggest problem is the 3-ball, considering where the 2-ball is. We know the 3-ball will pass the 6, but it's... I don't think he fancies it. He's looking at a 1-9 combo here. Well, this is a big decision, because he could have played from the 1 to the 2, and he could have dropped the cue ball down. Well, the 1 has gone in, which is probably the worst case scenario, because now he can't get to the 2. And I'm surprised he didn't go for the run out there, because now he has to keep this 2-ball covered. Well, that 3-ball had another half an ounce of running on it, would have dropped in. And Chimpy now, well, every shot he plays, he might still be thinking, asking himself why he didn't go for the run out. He's got to come out and top in this rack, or it's all backfiring on him. And he may well have left a 2-6 combo here. Well, I don't think he played it. He just played to get distance and leave it as awkward as possible. Well, that 2-ball is off the rail. I'll be surprised if Chimpy doesn't try to chip this in. And he isn't. And again, he must make sure that Spectatron's got no shot. Of course, now you've also got to be careful that if you're heading up table and leaving the 2-ball down this end of the table here where we are, you can't be leaving any sort of billiard or more likely combo with the 2 onto the 6 or the 3. Maybe a bit like this. Well, he hasn't. He's got cover. And Chimpy now, it's the old hit and hope. I mean, he has got a chance he might bank the 2 onto the 4 and combo it up the table, but he's got to ride his luck here. And his luck may well have just run out. The only thing that can cause a problem is a 4-ball. If Spectatron can get the first part of this job done. He was pushing the cue ball to make sure he could see the 3, and he's done that, but missing the 2 in the process. Now Chimpy has the combo onto the 6. I think he's just got to play this pocket way. Well, he hasn't, but the 2-ball has stayed in play. Cue ball has as well. And now he has to see the job through to get on the board. Well, I think he's the wrong side of the 5. He's the top side of the 5 slightly, but again, not a problem. Just get it to the rail and either choose to come back out or just drop through like that. So it's a start for Chimpy. Can he build on that? Get a break and run. I don't see anything heading for a pocket though. And immediately we'll get a possibility of a 1-9 combo or a billiard from the 1 onto the 9. He's had a quick look at the bank on the 1. But he's looking to just play safe, but he's left that way short. And that's a big mistake by Spectre Dawn. And this is the type of opportunity that you want to punish the opponent for their mistake. And Chimpy has that chance right now. Now the biggest problem will be from the 4 to the 5. The 5's blocked by the 7 in the top right. So he's got to find a line off this 4 ball to get to the 5. All sounds simple enough, but it is immediately going to come about by how he finishes on the 4. And he's got an opportunity to do this pretty well here with he's slightly inside the 3, so he can stun it in and stun the cue ball out, but he's not stunning it out. He's leaving him and he's making sure he's got 100% angle on the 4. That's probably the better shot. And he can get up this right side. The pace looks pretty good. That'll do nice. Now I would think it should be the 6 ball into the left side pocket. But again, he's, I think, left it short. You know, that cue ball needed to be there so that he could just pot it and be on the 7. Now he's, rather than running a cue ball to come down, he's leaving the high cut. He's leaving the, well, it's not a bedhead cut. Oh dear. Well, that says a lot about having played the tournament for 3¼ hours, because that's when you start doing things like that, because the concentration starts to drift. Don't forget, Chimpy's an hour further on than I am, so it's 11:15 at night where he is, presuming he still stays in the Netherlands. And you can make those little errors. But again, had he done what I said, he could have made sure he had the cue ball right down on that bottom rail and made the pot unmissable. Left himself the higher cut, and he made a mistake because of it. And it's a 2-rack swing. It goes to 4-1 to Spectre Dawn. And these little mistakes, these little wrong shot choices, should have played the more aggressive shot and moved the cue ball off the bottom rail to get back up the table. Well, again, before I forget, and for anybody that's still watching, well, according to this, there's still 6 people watching on YouTube. I don't know how many's on Twitch, if there's anybody still there. But I'll wish you all a happy new year when it comes. Some of you probably won't be around. You might be elsewhere at friends or out partying or whatever. So have a good one. And no matter whether you have a good one or not, make sure you're with us on Monday. If you can, we've got 2 big matches in the VP4 2022 Cowboy World Championship. We've got the match at 5 PM GMT, that's noon Eastern Time. And that's a match between One Pocket Slim, the one lost side match that is, between One Pocket Slim and Crazy Cow, or VP Monster as we do know him. That starts at 5. We will have an overlap in those matches because we also have the hot seat match on Monday as well, starting 2 hours later at 1900, 7 p.m. GMT. The match between, or the hot seat match I should say, between Albinario and Cobra. And we will decide what we're doing during the live stream in terms of whether we stay or whether we go, depending how the first match is going. So I hope you can join us. If you can't, remember, go to my YouTube channel, look at the playlists. You will see the playlist for this tournament, or for the Cowboy one that is, and you can watch any of the streams that I've done, and anything that you've missed, it will be there. Cue ball. Well, Spectre Dawn with a 5-1 lead, and Chimpy with a gilt edge opportunity. Now, harking back to a couple of racks before, Chimpy had the chance to run that cue ball. He's got to play the right shot. He can't be chickening out and playing the sort of safety, the safer shot. He's got to play the right shot. I mean, this table again is crying out to be run out, so he's got to get down the bottom end of the table here towards us. And that's fine because he's got wide open spaces to get on the 6. And he wants to be playing this 8 ball into the left side pocket when he pots this 7. It depends on how he finishes on the 7, what angle he leaves himself. But ideally he just wants to get out and play the 8 into the side. So he's leaving it way short. This is no good. It's neither here nor there. You've got to play the positive shot. Get that cue ball out into the table. He's underhit that by about 3 feet. But he's pulled off a good recovery. So the deficit is 3. Just talking about Pele passing away. That's the first game I can remember 2 games. In 1970 I was 6 years old, and my dad obviously had the TV on at the World Cup, and being 6 years old, for the most part of that I wasn't paying attention to it. But I remember watching the final between Brazil and Italy, and hearing names like Rivellino, Jairzinho, and Pele, and that was all the talk at school. And well, I mean, his record is phenomenal. He played 638 games for Santos in Brazil, and in those 638 games he scored 618 goals, I think. He scored 1,276, I think, maybe something like that. 1,276 goals in his professional career. and he's still thought of as the best footballer of all time. Now, there's arguments as to, who scored the best goals of all time, but out of all the best players there is in the world today, there's not one of them has won 3 World Cups. And until they do that, then they cannot be considered. And Brazil, the Brazilian government has announced 3 days national mourning. I mean, you'd never ever have that happen in this country for any sportsman of any description, no matter who they are. But the Brazilians treat football like a religion, and a religion in the right way, not like the religion side of it comes in Scottish football. I'm talking about the Brazilians are just plain mad for the game of football, and always have been. I mean, there's some bitter rivalry in Brazil with the football teams. Don't get me wrong about that, but I mean, they really love their football. And Pele was very much treated like a god or a king. So he'll be sadly missed. But that's the first matches I ever remember paying any attention to a television screen, apart from the kids' programmes that were on at the time, watching that 1975. I'll tell you why, because I got a 1970 World Cup football, which had the hexagons on it, and it had the names of the countries that were in the World Cup at that time. I had that ball. I got a ball, I think, during that World Cup. I think I must have got it after I'd seen the final. One of those plastic balls. A cheap thing, but it was the design of the World Cup football at that time in 1970. If you go and check online, you'll see what the ball looked like. It was black hexagons, white hexagons. Obviously, the real ball was a leather ball. So, Chimpy is back to 5-3. It's a race to 9. Two and a half days, aye. Yeah. Well, we've lost a few people in VP4, and we certainly didn't more than 5 minutes. Can tell you that. And some we didn't even bother at all. I wonder if he's going to have I mean, I don't know whether his family or whether he's about, whether they're going to have a private funeral service or whatever, or whether it's going to be like a national thing. Because see if it's a public thing, the place will be absolutely heaving. There'll be millions in the streets. So there will. It just depends whether it's going to be like a state funeral we would have, like they had for the Queen. Is that sort of scale, considering it's in Brazil. It may well be after the new year. It'll be interesting to see some of the coverage of it. And I think Chimpy's showing big signs of wear and tear here. And that's always forgivable. I mean, I know how I feel. I've been downhill for 2 hours. It's 3 hours and 25 minutes now. And I think both players are struggling. Well, it was 24 years that it took for Brazil to win another World Cup after the last time they won it in 1970. And the Brazilian team, that's a good shot. Good kick shot there by Spectre Dawn. Hasn't got a lucky roll with the 4. Yes, they have won it since, but it took them 24 years. Which sounds a long time, but I mean, that's like, 5 or 6 World Cups. And they were looking good in the one we've just had. They were looking very good. But it wasn't to be. But at least Messi can retire from international football with his fairy tale ending, having won it at last for Argentina. Well, Chimpy's hooked in the 4. At least he can't see much of it if he can. And we're getting into a little safety battle here. The balls aren't rolling out well. Well, good hit by Chimpy. If it had a bit more legs, it might have gone in. Oh dear. I'm really struggling. I'm struggling to hang on here. This is awkward, but it's worked out very nice. So Spectre Dawn going to stretch that lead again, move another rack closer to yet another Friday Night 9-ball win. But Chimpy can still have his say in it if he can stay awake long enough. Ball in the break. No shot in the 1. Wide awake, I know I'm not. I'm trying to make excuses for you at this time of night. Well, the push out played by Spectre Dawn. I'm not sure that was very wise, because this is a good chance to bury him behind that runner. 3 balls there and send the 1 back down past the 3 ball. There should be a good chance of cover here. Oh, that's a great shot. In fact, my bad, because I thought he could see enough of that one to play the shot I was talking about. I'm so half asleep that I never even saw that he could only see partial. of that one ball. And that's unlucky that he's ended up hooked in the two. And Inspector Don now with ball in hand will probably take this out, I would think. So Spectre Don's the player who excels in Friday Night 9-ball more often than not, but is still the one of the main contenders in either 10-ball or 9-ball, because that's all he plays. He's still one of the main contenders that's never won one of these major tournaments, because it's asking a lot of anybody to have a game that stands up to the length of the matches and of course the level of the opponent as you get deeper into the tournaments. He's still got to prove himself to do that, and that's in a tournament that can take like 2 months or more to be completed, let alone this one that's usually maybe 3.5 hours or more. Well, we're definitely 3.5 hours at the moment, but he's only 2 away from sealing this one for yet another week. So Spectre's break dry, thin cut into the side. The cue ball's got to avoid obstacles. Well, this setup isn't any good. 3 balls blocked by what looks to be the 8-ball up table. 4 balls hiding behind the 5 down the bottom end of the table. How did you get on in that, if you're still there, Slim, how did you get on in the Cowboy tournament, by the way? I never looked to see how the bracket went on it. I noticed there was 4 players in it though. What was the story if you're still there before I fall asleep? Yeah, you see, if you'd put a bit more practice in during the Cowboy tournament, that might have not have been the outcome. Oh dear. Oh. Well, you didn't get the lucky roll. Chimpy's got his chance, but again, he's got the problem, should he get there, of dealing with that 4-ball. Well, he can take the 2-ball into the bottom right hand corner and come back out for the 3 into the left side, I think. It might be a bit straight though to do that comfortably. Let's have a look. Well, he's gone forward. Big problem now, of course. is how he deals with the four. He's trying to get into the little gap in the corner. Now this will cut, but he can also bump the four up the table and stick the cue ball behind the five, but I think he's decided he's going for the cut. Now it needs to open up, and it will do. And the other problem is the six ball, which will go past the nine, but again it's tight. You know, you've got to be really dead straight behind it to make that a comfortable shot. Well, that's probably a nigh on as good as it's going to be. Oh, I think he's absolutely bolt straight in this 8 ball. So it's another one back for Chimpy. Still going to be trailing by 3 though. But he's got control of the table for the time being. He's a break and a shot. A break, a ball and a shot on whatever the next ball is. Well, these are split nice. 2 ball into the side. And no luck whatsoever. That cue ball got bumped in behind the 5. And not even any sort of sight in the 1 ball. So you would think it's going to be the push out. And it's dangerous at this end for the push out because that line of balls in the middle of the table are great for cover. This is a difficult call here. I mean, if you just pushed onto the 6 ball, you're asking for trouble. He's decided to kick it, and I think, well, bear in mind the outcome, I think that was the right move because I think it was always difficult to play a push anywhere where you're not going to find yourself in a whole heap of trouble when you get back to the table. But he's played the kick and he's got a nice finish, a nice outcome. Inspector Don has got an even better outcome. He's kicked the 1, and I think, well, he's actually left a portion of the 1 showing. This can be banked into this side pocket. He's not interested though, but he must get cover. And again, he's certainly pretty much got that. And that might still be a good result. Well, the way that's sitting at the moment, he can't get enough of the 1 ball. Oh, with that little nudge in the 4. Well, it's certainly hooked, but it's an easy enough jump over the edge of the 9. In fact, does he need to jump over it? Yes, he does. Now he needs a nice bump. It could have finished worse. Well, he's just got to roll through off this 4 to make sure he can see that 5. Depends on how the angle is on the 4. Well, I think he can do it. He's making sure he got right down. Now, he might have to just check this a wee bit. Yeah, bit of left English. And perfect angle on the 6. Always going to be on the 7 ball into the right side. Well, he's not hit it hard enough, so again, he's neither here nor there. He's running away from the 8. That's a foot short of where it should have been, that cue ball. But now he's home and dry, and within 1 of taking another Friday night 9 ball. Having said that, though, he's drawn dead to the top rail. Got to check there's no English on the cue ball or on the tip of the cue. But straight in for an 8-4 lead. So breaking for the match. And it's yet another dry one. And this time though, Chimpy's got a clear shot at the 1. And might be a bit straight though. Well, he's not got much of an angle at all. So he's got to just make sure he can see the 2. And I don't think he risks doing an awful lot with that cue ball. I mean, he could try pinching a bit of an angle. Well, there you go. That's what happens when you start trying to create miracles. So ball in hand for Spectre Dawn. And Chimpy might have played his last shot for this week's tournament. The last Friday night 9 ball of 2022. Well, this hasn't finished great. Not good at all. Yep, he left himself awkward though. He's going to fluke the 7. Did he play that? I don't think he did. I was too busy reading the chat there. Well, it ain't over yet till it's over. Because Spectre Dawn's got himself right out of line here. And again, he's left it awkward just when we thought it was going to be over. Chimpy's been given a lifeline, albeit it ain't that pretty. But whoever gets this 4 ball will win this rack or win this match. That's the one prediction I can make with 100% certainty. And Spectre Dawn's gone all out for it. Banks the 4. Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. Because it looks as if that's what it's going to have to be. Spectre Dawn. Roll the 8 in. And probably roll through to the long rail on the right, just so that he's undercutting the 5 or pushing it through. Well, he came out, but he's fine because he's past the pocket anyway. So well done to Spectre Dawn for yet another Friday night 9-ball. And well done to Chimpy for getting in the money again. And that is it for 2022, folks. We will see you all in the new year, some of us sooner rather than later. I'll be around on Monday and we'll have those 2 matches. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. And good luck to all the guys that are playing on Monday. And I hope you can join us. So with that, it's a short and swift good night and take care and a happy new year, and we will see you all again soon. Take care, guys.